Call to order the meeting of the King George County School Board, the work session. We're going to begin with invocation by Reverend James Shaw.
You play the same?
Yeah.
Okay.
This prayer is a slight adaptation of the prayer given on December 28, 2020 at the United States House of Representatives by the Reverend Patrick Conroy. It was written during a more intense COVID days, specific references that have been omitted and reworked. We voluntarily pray. Loving and gracious God, we give you thanks for giving us another day. We ask today that you bless the members of the school board, staff, and teachers to be the best and most faithful servants of the people that they serve. As this workshop begins, withhold not your Holy Spirit of wisdom and truth from this assembly. They meet this day to explore plans for the future of public education, for which our county is grateful. Strengthen them as they address the needs of our county's citizens, despite the various hurdles that may appear to hinder their work. Continue to bless and protect those across our country who work each day to educate the younger citizens in our midst. May all this be done this day through the school board. May that be to your greater glory and honor. Amen.
Remain standing for the pledge, please. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice.
Silence, please. Thank you. Do you have any public comment? All right, since there's no public comments, we are going to go on and we proceed on to the discussion items. Dr. Boyd.
Yes, the first discussion item that we have is the end of the year fund balance. I want to give a little bit of a background first. I know we had, Carrie wasn't on the board yet. In March of 2024, the school board met with the Board of Supervisors to discuss I think at that time it was FY 25 budget considerations. And after much debate, we're still about $1 million short on our budget request. And the conversation between the Board of Supervisors and the school board at the time were that once FY 24 budget had closed and the audit was complete, they would like me as the superintendent to come back to the Board of Supervisors and have a discussion about our fund balance, meaning the amount of money left over from our FY 24 budget. So what I want to do today is kind of talk you through that conversation. I'm prepared and ready to go to the Board of Supervisors. Wanted to make sure that you guys are giving me your blessing with what I intend to present, or any modifications you'd like me to consider before making that presentation to the Board of Supervisors. Any questions about the historical information? Okay. So next slide. All right, so the final FY 24 dollar amount that was returned to the general fund to the Board of Supervisors from the school division was $1,322,606.22 following the soft close of the audit this year, which was just about, I think, 2 or 3 weeks ago. This amount equates to 2.03% of the school division's total budget, and this is going to be the case most times. We're going to finish with ideally about 2% of our budget. That's a good margin. Anything less than that, we start to get a little concerned about finishing above, in the black.
No, excuse me, quick. That's the total budget, including what the state gives us, is the whole thing, right?
Yes, good question. It's the whole thing. So it's state, federal, and local money. Now, at this point, all of that money is no longer characterized as state or federal. All of this money goes to the Board of Supervisors. And again, we access it through the amount allocated to the school division. We've spent that through FY24, and the remaining balance is about $1.3 million. Okay. So this is the amount that we would go to the Board of Supervisors and request in some fashion. So taking a look at the next slide. The Board of Supervisors has asked that when we go ask for that amount, we come back with really kind of a list of items that were not satisfied in the budget request last year. I think Sully was the one specifically that asked for that. And we've spoken to him a few times. And what I intend to bring back is this slide is pulled directly from our budget presentation last year. And this is how our requests really broke down into different areas. So this first line was the teacher and staff compensation. If you remember, we gave 1% in a step to all staff. That totaled $1 million. We wanted to relieve compression in the pay scale. We had a long conversation about that. Carrie, right now, you weren't here for that, but we have compression in our pay scale. We have a 39-step pay scale that increases on average 2% for each additional year of service. That's like a natural raise that's built in. Back in 2008, when we had the economic downturn, there is, for 4 years, we didn't receive any increases at all because it was level funding and it was seen across the country, across the state. So what's happened is we've got this band of compression in our pay scale. So what should be 2% increases at steps 6 through 10 in our pay scale, it's only 0.75% increases. It's a really tough spot right now to have that compression because it's really, if you think about our teachers that have been here for 6 through 10 years, it's really a time where we're trying to encourage them to stay not only in the profession, but in King George County, right? And that's when they're getting the smallest raise right now. They're still sitting at 6.75% because the reason this is highlighted and underlined is that was not an initiative that we were able to satisfy in this budget. That's what I'll come back to the Board of Supervisors with. We did take care of the healthcare renewal. You remember the board agreed to cover the entire cost of the healthcare increase. The renewal rate was 11%. The cost to our employees would have been $618,000, and we covered that in the last budget cycle. The budget builder request is all of the, I like to term it as all of the stuff in the budget. This is not personnel. This is curriculum. This is everything from diesel fuel for our buses, all of the stuff that we have in the school division. Additional inflated costs for equipment, services, and supplies equated $515,000 in the last budget. We did satisfy that in the budget request. The only other area that we did not satisfy in the last budget request was our additional requested staffing positions, okay? And that totaled $718,000. So simply put, as you all know, the delta, the amount of money we did not receive back from the Board of Supervisors was about $1 million from our request, right? We asked for 1.7, they were able to give us 700,000. The delta was $1 million. That's your positions and that's your compression step, okay? Next slide. This is more specifically the positions that we requested, okay? And then next slide. And I want to talk to you a little bit about the approach I want to take. Go back 2 slides. Can you go back 2 slides? Those costs right here are carryover costs. They're continuing costs, meaning that if we adjust compression right now, or we add these new positions, we're not just asking for the $1 million this budget season, but we're asking for it moving forward because these are costs that we'll keep incurring. Okay, they're continuing costs. I don't know that the board, from my impression, the Board of Supervisors right now is willing to take that $1.3 million and to continue to give it to us every year in terms of a fund balance, right? We will go and make a budget request this year for likely new funds, but when we're talking about the fund balance, it's, I think, better to probably look at it as a lump sum versus addressing costs that will continue over years. Does that make sense? Okay, so continue the slide to next slide. These are some costs right now. There's 2 costs that I think we should consider requesting coverage for when it comes to that fund balance. The first one is in our FY26 budget. All right, this is our budget request for this coming year. If you remember all of the conversations we had about the Virginia Literacy Act and the fact that many folks term this as kind of an unfunded mandate. We had to buy new curriculum. We had training to do. There were a lot of costs associated with the Virginia Literacy Act. All great stuff and wonderful for our kids, but expensive, okay? It's math's turn, all right? The state of Virginia, the Virginia Department of Education has rewritten the Virginia math standards and is requiring new curriculum be associated with those new standards. And again, very similar to the Virginia Literacy Act, they're requiring that we purchase a particular curriculum in order to satisfy those new standards. Right now, in talking with our instructional specialists and our instructional department, on the elementary level, they have approved one curriculum. And I think on the high school level, they've approved one curriculum through the state. And they're looking to increase that list. But we've been ahead of the game, and we've explored the different curriculums on both levels that are offered. Right now, it looks like that new curriculum, both on the elementary level and at the secondary level, is going to cost this in our budget request for FY26. Okay, that's like $1 million right there that will be in our FY26 budget. So if we don't address that now or speak to the Board of Supervisors about using this for fund balance, then really, because the state's requiring this curriculum, we're going to go ask for, similar to exactly what we did with the Virginia Literacy Act, a new curriculum that has that price tag on it. Okay? Any questions about that?
Just want to go ahead. You can go first. Go ahead.
I just have a general question, my ignorant, but so if Virginia is saying that you need to have this, right? And let's say that we don't have the money for it, is there any way that you can go back to the state and ask for funds, or is there any, how does that work?
There's no way that I know that we can ask for any funds. Now, I asked that same question, and honestly, in public education, we're familiar with unfunded mandates. I mean, it's something that we just went through with Virginia Literacy Act. I did ask that question, and there will be school divisions that likely won't, there'll be a few, like Southwest Virginia and things like that, that won't be able to figure out how to purchase the new curriculum. If you are unable to purchase the new curriculum, then you've got to go through almost this approval process, which is very lengthy and has all kinds of milestones that you have to meet. Basically, the school division has to write their own curriculum for the entire math standards, similar to what we could have done with Virginia Literacy Act, but it turns into a lot of work that, quite frankly, it's time spent in better places. And then also, if your curriculum doesn't meet the state standard, and for whatever reason, for math in this example, we fall short on SOL results or things of that, then we're automatically required to go into an improvement process through the state. I'd like to avoid that.
So I understand. What I understand you saying is it's this fund balance. If right now, if forget this for just a minute, originally it is to meet the compression and the new positions, but that really is not a one-time cost. As you were saying, that would be a continuous cost, which is unlikely that the Board of Supervisors would probably want to do. So that will be pushed aside. We'll say this is something we have to have, and if we don't, it'll have to be part of the budget. So why not use that money now? Just, I guess, making that clear of those two divisions for the Board of Supervisors is extremely important. Now, but my question to you, though, and to us really is, okay, what happens if they go ahead and say, all right, no, you can go ahead and fund the compression and the new teachers, and we understand that's going to be part of the budget next year, then this would also be part of the budget. So really, we'd be talking about almost $2 million, over $2 million.
This is going to be part of the FY26.
I understand. So
regardless.
If they don't, but now this is more of a one-time cost once we have that curriculum, right?
It is. When we've traditionally adopted curriculum, it's usually on a 7-year cycle.
Right.
So this would be a 7-year cost.
7-year cycle?
7-year cycle.
So what I'm saying is that it's either kind of pay me now, pay me later thing. So if they say no to the compression in the new positions and they say yes to this, which makes sense, let's hope that happens. What are we going to do with this over here? Are we still going to add that to next year's budget?
I can talk about it. I'll talk about it in a second. But you brought up you summarized it wonderfully, and I think maybe it's a good time to stop and get some feedback from board members. This approach, as far as the way we're characterizing the compression step and the new positions, it being $1.3 million, that's really like a lump sum. And then saying, okay, we understand you're not going to fund it. You're not going to fund continuing costs with that lump sum. We think it would be considerate of the Board of Supervisors budget to use that fund to address one-time expenses, one of which we know is going to be in our budget request for this coming year. What do board members think about that approach, or should we just go and say, here's the positions, here's the compression?
Yeah, exactly.
What would you all like to do?
Well, I have more, but let me wait and hear from Colleen.
I think it didn't work out for us trying to figure out what the Board of Supervisors was going to approve and not approve last year. And I like the approach of using last year's funds to cover this and adding why is the compression scale? I guess because it's a it's a pay increase for the teachers. Is that why it's ongoing? The
It's a step.
compression?
Yeah, so the way that looks is, right now we have, let's use the teacher scale, for example. It's got that compression.
Because according
And
to
we got-
TC, it's a one-time thing because they already covered it before COVID.
Well, it's there.
I understand the
Yeah.
compression, so you're going to have to pay that every year to teachers because that's their pay increase.
Yes, and so if we adjust, first off, the focus and the purpose of getting that compression out of that step 6 through 10 is right now, between the first year and the 10th year of teaching, 10 years, a decade. I think what was it, Troy? Was it like $5,000 in that time period that your raise goes up?
For several, probably that.
Probably less. So over 10 years, and really the second half of that 10 years, that year 6 through 10, for a teacher salary, your salary is going up. I mean, it's pennies.
But are you going to present it to them as a compression fix or salary increase?
For this,
Like maybe this year like this, but then next year that's compression where you're fixing the compression. And wouldn't that just be, and wouldn't you just present that as their salary and not like, here's extra money we got to spend here? It would be part of the salary.
so since we're on that topic,
Do you see what I'm saying?
I think I know what you're saying. Let me see if I can explain it to you this way. I think we're going to take a different approach to compression this year. Okay. Last year, what we did in terms of compression was we asked for the salary increase, which was 1% in a step, which equated to about 3%. Okay. And then we said separately, as a separate budget, or excuse me, as a separate budget initiative, we would like to adjust compression. And the cost of that was $300 and some thousand. I think what we'll do this year is we'll agree on what we want to increase salaries by. The state right now in the second year of the biennial budget, and again, I'm a little hesitant because the governor's budget comes out this week, and then we're back in that cycle where we're waiting for the General Assembly, and they do things called like the caboose budget, and they're in the second year of the biennial budget. But my point is that they're going to come out again with a 3% salary increase, I believe.
Yeah.
Okay.
The 1 and the 2, 3% total.
They're going to come out with the General Assembly is. They don't care if it's
Right,
how
I
it's
understand.
cut
I
up, but they're going to come out with a 3% salary increase,
This side of it's 1, 2.
right? So I think what we'll do this year is attempt to adjust compression
Mhm.
in the scales on the front end of the salary increase. We're going to do compression before, and we'll see what we can figure out in terms of addressing that with the funds that we think are going to be available. Once we fix those steps, they're going to be baked in to the salary increase.
Yes, that's what I was asking.
That's what you're
We're not
asking.
going to present it as a compression.
I think it'll be an approach that, number one, it really doesn't have, at that point, we don't need to, everybody needs to be aware, but we're not asking the Board of Supervisors for an extra $300 and some thousand. We're going to build that compression on the front end. We're going to address it as best we can. We won't be able to address it all in 1 year with the
Okay.
salary increase that the General Assembly's giving us. But if we address it on the front end, and then we say we're going to give everybody a 3% raise and a step or whatever we decide to do, then that compression will be part of that raise as opposed to addressing compression after we give that raise. Does that
Okay,
make
yeah.
sense? And that way we can adjust the compression, address that a budget goal, and also still give the raise.
Strategically.
It'll be a way that's more easy to digest for those involved. That's a good question. So again, I'm interested in the board's feedback on this approach with the fund balance. Should we address it in terms of one-time expenses, something easier for them to take on? Or would the board like us to say, no, we'll go and we're going to ask for those positions and we're going to ask for that money in terms of compression, understanding that it's continuing costs to the Board of Supervisors. And we would have to, this is an important point, we would have to ask for at least that much more in our operating budget in FY26 request, because that slide that showed that we have a 2% remainder in our FY24 count, we don't really want that to be very much, we don't want that in the 1%, or if it's in the negative percent, then we're all in trouble, right? We need it to be at a level that is acceptable, and usually around 1 to 2% is acceptable because of a number of factors. We're always at about 1 to 2% in our budget fund balance.
Okay, that's a little less than $1 million. And with the compression and the new positions, that was 1.3.
1.3.
And what's the total that we have? That 2%, what is that, 1.1?
No, the 2% is 1.3.
Okay, but I'm talking about, so we, in that, going back to the other slide for a minute, was that an exact match to the
Yes.
fund balance, or pretty
Yeah, that
close?
2.03% is an exact
So
match to the 1.3.
So my question is, the difference between this and that is what, 300,000?
Okay, so right now, this is the first thing I've covered, right?
Oh, you're gonna cover something else?
Well, yes. And the second thing, I'm still waiting for two amounts here. But one of the things that we've always done is, and we didn't do it this year because we've got this new agreement with the Board of
I
Supervisors.
understand.
But one of the things that we would like to continue doing is, again, this is next year's budget request, FY26. This request is looking backwards. This is looking at FY24 school activity fund reimbursements. So I'm still waiting for a number from Sealston, and I'm still waiting for a number from King George High School. But basically what this is money that is directly kids' money. Okay, this is the money that we use for events. This is the money that we use for, academic, athletic events. This is community events. This is the money that we typically ask our schools to fund up front. And traditionally, we have reimbursed these funds. Graduation will be in the school's request here. And as you all know, we're using the Fredericksburg National Stadium right now. So that'll be, of all of our schools, it's the high school is the highest number here. But once I get a total sum here, I would like to take these two sums, add them up,
Okay, then it will equal.
and make that request. I don't know if it'll equal up to 1.3, but these are two amounts that are one-time amounts that I think is a fair request to ask.
So what you're asking us to make, to give some input on, is to present it similar to the way you just presented it. And here's one way to do it based on last year's budget, what we requested, but that would be ongoing. And then without making maybe much of a statement, saying, but presenting both of those at the same time like you just did with us. If we don't want to do that, then here's a one-time cost, and then you present this.
Yeah.
And so I'm not sure, that seems the obvious thing. Are you asking us to, maybe we only present this one and not present the other one? I mean, what are you asking us?
So I think there's two options right now. The original option was the Board of Supervisors is saying, when you come ask for the money, simply explain to us the costs that were not met in your budget request. And I believe ask for those.
And present both.
I think that just that alone is probably
Okay.
what the Board of Supervisors is saying.
Okay.
I think
I was going to say, I think it's good to justify. I think it's good to still mention, to just present this alone without hardly even talking about the others, probably not so wise, simply because we had already presented the other and it wasn't funded. And so it's good to go back to answer Sully's questions, because Sully's questions really isn't this. This is very valuable. Sully's was over here in this first one, the compression and the new teachers. That's the reason why we needed this extra money. But it is ongoing. And then we go to this one. I think we have to present that, even though this is more a recommendation. But I don't know.
if the board is okay with it, I don't want to
I
overstep.
mean, I'm agreeing with you, but I do think we have to definitely talk about the first so they understand, because it's like if we just talk about this, well, it's the first time we're hearing about this kind of thing. And
I agree. I think Sully and other Board of Supervisors
Gonna wanna
members
hear
are
the other.
expecting us to come forward with
Yes.
compression and new positions
Yes.
that were not met.
but then understanding, I think it's really wise in your part, our part, to acknowledge the fact that funding something that with one-time funds that is going to be continuous is not wise. And I agree with that.
Can I ask, just clarify, okay? So the 1.3 from earlier, the compression and then the new, you say it's ongoing, and that's because we're hiring people and it's ongoing. So it's gonna, every year it's 1.3. Well, I need 1.3, I need one, okay, I just wanna make sure.
You got it.
So what you're saying is, rather than saying, hey, we're gonna need this every year, and they'll be like, oh, we don't really wanna do that, we can say, we need this for these costs, and then we'll have the money to pay that, but then we're gonna have to go ask them again next year for 2.3, right?
Well, we won't have, I think what we'll do every year is ask them for the fund balance. I don't know what the fund balance will end up being.
Actually, 2.6.
Well,
This is-
2.6 is when, but it won't always be that.
Yeah.
Okay? And if, to your point, following your logic, if we were to ask for the positions and the compression, then yes, we would have to go back and say, now I need 2.6, because we've baked in some costs to our budget that are going to keep costing. Because adjusting the compression and hiring new positions are going to cost next year, the following year, and forever. This is going to cost one time. This is a one-time cost, right? This is like, if we were the Verizon, this is like the cell phone. You're going to buy the phone. The positions and the compression is your monthly bill. And they're just going to keep costing. It's just going to keep costing. And we can go that route if the board wants me to go that route. What I'm concerned about is that, trying to be prudent to not only our budget, but the county's budget as well. We're going to have, to Carrie's point, an additional 1.3 next year to cover those continuing costs. We're going to come with this cost, and we're going to come with a salary increase. We're going to come with a healthcare increase, all the typical costs that we have in our operating budget for this FY26 budget request, which I will be making to you guys at the end of January and to the Board of Supervisors very shortly after that. This number, and Colleen, I'll let you, this number will drop our FY26 budget request by $1 million.
Let's look at what you wanted to say.
Well,
Something.
that's what I was going to say was when Kerry was saying 2.3, this is a one-time, so it won't really be that much money because that's just a one-time. But if we don't make the board aware of it this year, the same thing's going to happen. Right.
Yeah.
Right. And we kind of need to be ahead of it anyway. But my question additionally was, that's just what the cost we know of now. Didn't the Virginia Literacy Act end up costing more than the initial
It could.
rate? So
It could.
there's that too.
Yeah. And again, this
We
is
don't know that.
right now, this is the chosen curriculum based on the limited amount of approved curriculum offered from the state. On the elementary level, it's a program called KIDM, and on the high school level, it's like a Hoyt Mifflin, I think, is the producer of the curriculum. But that's what we're choosing right now based on what's available. I've asked them the same question. I've said, look, if anything else comes out, this is what we're budgeting.
Well, they brought all these mandates on about more teachers and more this, so we're going to be, I'm positive, be faced with that too.
Potentially,
it's
yeah.
writings on the wall, right?
So what Kathy's talking about is with the Virginia Literacy Act, it wasn't only a new curriculum, and this was last year. The state wrote a new,
Right.
we're now going to dive into the science of reading. We're going to teach reading in an entirely different way. We're going to take our reading specialists and turn them into reading coaches so that we can teach all of our regular classroom teachers the science of reading. It really changed the entire approach to reading. All of it, when you speak to instructional folks and our teachers, they're like, this is a good idea in terms of instructional, but when you're talking about dollars and cents, it was an expensive initiative. And this is, I don't know if the math, from what I've read into so far, I don't know if the math rewriting of the standards is going to be quite as extensive as the Virginia Literacy Act. That was a whole 180 in terms of reading instruction. This is not a huge change, but it will be a change.
Go ahead.
If someone brings a bill to me and says, hey, this is what we would like, but this is what we're going to have to pay next year, they're going to pick what we have to pay and get it done with. I would suggest sticking with simple and saying, this is sticking with what they're asking us. What do you want to what do you want to do with the 1.3 or whatever the question
Yes.
is? We want to address this. By the way, Mr. Smolnik, just to give you a heads up, and whenever y'all have conversations, and let them know ahead of time then, but I would leave that out of it. Kind of like what you were saying, let them know a way, but do it a different time. Because we want the compression step fixed, and we want the teachers and all that done. If you present that, hey, we have 1.3 sitting left over, we would like to fix this. Yes or no? And then if they say no, okay, good, because we have $1 million coming at us that has to be paid. This has to be done. There's no choice. And you have people on the board that are aware of how that works. I would suggest sticking to what our original plan was. And then letting Smolnik know at a different, when you meet with them, like, hey, this is coming at us.
Don't you think that people like Sully and others will want to know? Because
Yeah,
if we present this, they're gonna say, well, it's the first time we've seen this kind of thing.
that's why I'm saying let them know at a different time, not when we're trying to get 1.3 addressed on this other thing.
Or
It's just going to cause confusion.
we
They're going to say,
could-
well, what do you want?
we could present them both at the same time and say, this is coming down the pike.
And
but
they're
we
going to
need-
say, so why don't you pay this then? If this has to be done, why don't you pay?
Well,
You're
that's what
giving them
we'd
an
be-
easy way
That's
out.
what we'd be suggesting. I think she's saying the same thing, Colleen.
No, I'm saying don't present this. Pay the bill that we want to, not the bill, that's a bill. Pay where we want to fix the compression and the teachers coming on. Just ask for that. He meets with Matt all the time, Smolnik.
Yeah.
He can, a heads up, hey Matt, by the way, we have one, tell your board, or you can email it to the board ahead of time. But if you present this and you present what doesn't have to be done, they're going to pick what has to be done.
Right.
It's just, to me, it's not smart to do it at the same
Yeah,
time.
I hear what you're saying.
That's you can explain to me, it's not going to change my mind. It doesn't make sense. I'm just letting you know that I think we should stick to the teacher and the compression, but do whatever. That's
No,
my
I'm
vote.
going to do what the collective board wants
No,
to
I'm
do.
talking
That's
to
my
them.
job.
I mean, we can vote whatever, but
I would, to
that's
your
my vote.
point, if we went that route, and we can go the route of here's compression and here's the positions, period, that's what we need, then I think it would be very smart and prudent to make them aware that I'm not just asking for this one time. We have to
That's
ask for this.
different.
We have to ask for this moving forward.
but
We
it's not
need,
going to be the same numbers.
well, let me see if I can put it in a way of, there's 1.3 million left in the fund balance. If we didn't, can you go back to the?
I see what you're saying. You're trying to be very honest and transparent with them.
No, I'm trying not to go to jail. I'll show you what I mean. Go back one more, and go back one more. Okay, so this amount right here is the amount that we have left over in our
Yeah.
fund from FY24. If we were to use this for positions and for compression, then we would be left with about 320. Let's call it $1 million for compression and for positions. We would be left with about $322,000. That's entirely too close to ending any fiscal year with that amount of money left. So we can go say, hey, here's the amount. We want the positions. We want the compression. But I would also say to them that you need to know that these costs that we're asking you for now are costs that are going to keep on costing. And so we would need to increase our operating budget by, we're asking now not just for this amount of money, but we're asking for $1 million every year hereafter. Just so that we don't get this to a point that becomes, potentially negative.
So you don't think that the fact that you met with the Board of Supervisors and addressed that their budget on our schools is not 56% or 55%, it's actually 39%, that wouldn't help a little bit, that technically we're increasing it to 40 million instead of 50 or 55% of the budget? You know what I'm talking about, the little cards you made?
I know what you're talking about. And again, the timing of this is, we're going to go ask for this fund balance as they've requested, and that's, I
I
think.
feel like we're using it either way, it's going to drop it below 2%. Either request.
Not next year's budget. This is, so if we use it for one-time expenses, right? Like it's going to just, we know that this money is sitting in a bank right now,
Right?
and we're going to ask for it and use it for those one-time expenses that the textbooks and the school
Okay, you're
fund.
saying what we have
Then
to ask for.
next year's balance
Yeah.
will still be around here. But if we use it for continuing costs like compression and positions,
I got you.
then this number could go
Yeah.
potentially in the negative. you know?
Which we
And
did.
They would
so
have to increase the budget
we would have to increase the budget by at least $1 million.
to keep that at 2%ish.
Yeah, so when we would be, in that example, we would be going to if we're asking for the positions in compression, it would be fair to go say, we would like the $1.3 million to cover what we didn't cover in last year's budget, but we're also asking for an additional $1 million every year hereafter
Mhm.
because those costs will continue to cost the school division. And we don't want this number to potentially drift into the negative. If we took the route of saying we've got one-time expenses, and one of those one-time expenses is in just a couple weeks is going to be presented to you as $1 million budget request. We're going to cut that, we're going to take that out of our request here in a couple weeks. And it's a one-time expense. So if we spend this money down, that doesn't affect how we end with a
Can we
really a
just
healthy
fix
amount.
the compression then instead of doing both?
Well, if we adjust compression the way that we suggested doing it on the front end, then we would be asking for whatever that sum was. It was $300 and something thousand, and that cost will continue moving forward. I mean, we could ask for the compression, but it's fair to say that we're asking for $300 and some thousand. I think it was 364 something like that. Then we're asking for that every year moving forward. I think the approach with the compression this time around, where we adjust compression in the pay scale before we ask for the raise, and then we bake that compression into whatever the raise is going to be. So that approach is going to be one that's not going to hit our board of supervisors as a separate budget request. We're not asking for an additional. We're going to say state's asking for 3%, right? I mean, state's asking us to offer a 3% salary increase. We know how much money that's going to be. How do we know how much money that's going to be? Because we have teachers and employees that are on different steps. What we do is whenever we adjust a pay scale, then we plug in every single one of our teachers into that pay scale, and the finance department will tell me, based on a 3% salary increase and plugging every one of our teachers into our pay scales, we know it's going to cost $2 million to the school division and to the board of supervisors to provide that raise.
How does it feel to explain something 3 times different way to me? Ask the same question 3
No, it
different
feels
times.
great. I appreciate the question. I think it's.
I got you. I apologize.
Yeah, that's why I need you guys' feedback.
I'm
before we
glad
go.
But he just does it with grace. He's like, I just answered that question, but here's a different way.
It's all good.
One of the things is I'm listening is possibly last year, we maybe should have approached the compression as simply part of the budget.
Yeah.
In other words, sure, you make a brief mention of it, but this is the total budget to reach the 1% and the 2%, the 3%. Here's the total budget. And we already have the compression worked in that and present it like that rather than pulling it out.
That's what we're going to do this time
Right,
around. I think.
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Is that's probably would have been wiser hindsight's always, good. But, I think it's wise what you said. Let's this year present it simply as that's part of the teachers, whatever the.
Well, in full disclosure, the downside of that approach, what we were trying to do last year is really focus on our teachers and their raises.
Yeah, I understand.
If the way we were going to do it last year, in full disclosure, was going to provide a much better salary increase for our teachers, for our employees, because we were giving them the raise and we were also adjusting compression.
Right, I understand.
If we take it this route now, the benefit is that I just described. If we adjust compression first with the money that we have for raises, then we can probably get it through because our board of supervisors isn't going to see it as an extra amount that they're asking us, that we're asking them to fund. However, the downside of that is our teachers are not going to get that big of a raise as would be expected if we're adjusting compression and the raise. It's just two different philosophies. I think because we were unsuccessful last year with that approach, I think coming back with the approach of baking it into the raise is going to be
Wiser.
more easy to swallow.
Okay, we need to move forward with this, but we want to make sure that we have a consensus. I don't even know if we necessarily need to take a vote, but before we go around and ask everybody what their opinion is in terms of what Dr. Boyd is asking, any last questions about any of it before we can give a valid opinion of how we feel of what Dr. Boyd should present? Any last questions? Mr. Frank, you haven't said anything. Did you have any last questions?
No, I just, thinking, we have done this, you and I have done this for the last 3 years. We have put our desire down to the bottom line as far as we can go on every budget that we have done. I think the Board of Supervisors are smart enough to know that this is going to be a recurring cost every year, this 1.3, or whatever the compression is and the salary. It's going to be recurring every year, and it's not just going to be 1.3. It's going to go up all the time. And I think they should know that, and also should be aware that there's another $995,000 coming in for this new math addition programs coming on. I think we should, we should ask, and don't cut ourselves so lean like we have in the last few years, but ask for what we need. We need people in attendance. We need another person there. We need people down at the bus garage. We need another person down there. And that's just that's not talking about teachers. If I'm not mistaken, don't we have, and you know probably more than I do, don't we have the same amount of math teachers that we've had for the last 10 years?
I don't know, 10 years, but it's been a decent number of years, because to your point, we've gone and asked for new staff positions for, I'd say, I don't know, it's been 5, 6, 7 years when we've asked for new staff positions that are coming up short right now.
But just in the math department alone, we're talking math. We've got the same teachers, but we've got 400 more students. And we've used the same teachers to teach 400 additional students. So we need this stuff up there, and tell them what it is. And also tell them that, and this new budget coming up, the state says we have to do this new math program, but that's going to cost us. If they deny us this, then it's on the Board of Supervisors. That's what they get paid for.
Yep.
Okay, any last questions before we'll try to identify exactly what we're going to make a decision on, but any more?
That's what I was gonna say. Yeah. What exactly are we making?
Well, let me explain, and then you guys can say, I see is that we have really kind of two choices. One is that we could just simply present the compression and the new positions and not even present the other at all and see what they say. But the second one is we can present there's really three. The second option is we could present the first one knowing that they will probably not want to incur ongoing costs. It's really not just a one-time thing. And then therefore say, understanding that this is not a one-time thing, that this would be ongoing costs, maybe even mentioning like you did here today. So therefore, I'd like to present to you this $1 million of this money would be for the one-time costs. In other words, talking about the one, because anyway, I won't give my opinion yet. So talking about the one, understanding that they probably won't do that, but then going ahead and mentioning the second one. First option would be you only talk about the one, which still may end up with them saying that you're going to a second option, but you just present the first and see what they say. Second option is presenting the one, but then also presenting the second one similarly to you did here. The third one is you hardly mention this option at all. You simply go to the 995 and say, these are one-time costs and we'd like to present this. I think that's a little, I don't know, similar to what you're saying. So there's three options. One is only present the compression and the new teachers. Two, you present both, similar to what you did here with an explanation, which would answer Sully's questions and I think a couple others. I want to see if you're saying this is new, well, then that wasn't there before kind of thing. And then the third one is hardly mentioning this compression and new teachers, because that will be then built into this next year's budget, and simply primarily focusing on this 995. So I see three possible options. Am I stating those okay?
So this is to present how to go forward with this year, with the remaining of this year.
With
So
that
then next
fund
year
balance.
we can present, okay.
Yes.
All right, got it.
So it'd be three options. We'll just do one and review them again. So I'd want each board member say which one you want, or a combination of them. One is only the compression and new teachers. That would be one. And if there's a question, possibly going second, but really just presenting the one. Option two would be he's going to do both, similar to what he just did with us, explaining the first one, understanding and letting them know that this is ongoing, and here's another option that we would like you to look at. Number three would be primarily only presenting the 995, these one-time costs that we think would be easy for them to approve. So there'd be three options. So, don't go ahead.
I just have a question. So out of those three options, the recommendation is to do
I think number two,
My recommendation would be number 2.
similar to what he did with us. Not exactly with all that, maybe we'll see.
What do you think is more important out of the two options right there? Which one should be hit? What do you think should be dealt with first? Do you think that I'll just stop it. Like, how, you want to do number 2? You would rather take the compression and fix it on the front end and not ask for it from the board because it's an ongoing. I kind of want to take away. I like B. You changed my mind. I like B, but I want to try to do away with what they will and won't vote or won't approve and just present them with what we need and stop worrying if they're going to approve it or not. That's not our place. That's their place.
I'm hearing you and Ed say something similar. I can tell you right now, that approach is one that, with the majority of the board of approving or requesting, that, I'll deliver in the FY26 budget request. I can tell you that right now, and I know these money, what I'm about to describe is somewhat, it's not relevant to all of us. It's amounts that we're not really accustomed to. But right now, if we talk about the raise that we're requesting and healthcare, according to initial numbers, that's going to be somewhere in the ballpark of $2 to $3 million ask. New positions requested by all departments and schools right now are somewhere in the ballpark of about $1.8 million. And the budget builder right now is up in about $2.5 million. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We're somewhere in the ballpark. If we were to take every request that the schools, all departments here, ask for the salary increase, adjust the healthcare. These are all tentative numbers, so don't quote me on this. But all of that request right now, I want to say, on the front end of our conversation, it's going to be somewhere in the ballpark of $7 to $8 million request that we're going to ask for. Okay? If the entire board wants to do that. Now, you put that in perspective for folks that are just figuring, the school budget out. Last year, I think our full request, or excuse me, the full amount that the Board of Supervisors gave us was about $25 million. Okay, that's what you were talking about before, the 39% that they give us. The total amount the Board of Supervisors gives us is about $25 million. Everything that's been asked for right now is going to be somewhere in the ballpark of $7 to $8 million request, just to put that in perspective.
70 to 80.
$7 to $8 million, between $7 and $8 million,
So
and that
additional-
includes salary addition.
Right.
And again,
Wait, additional?
addition.
So
In addition to the 20,
Last year the total was 54, something like that, right?
yeah, he's talking.
Ballpark.
That's including federal and state
Yeah,
money.
No. So the
The total last year was 54. Federal, state,
63.
63.
So
So
our
now-
total budget.
Yes, now we're gonna ask for another 7 on top of that.
Yeah, but I would look at it this way: the
Is it
amount
on
that
top
the
of
Board
that?
of Supervisors.
Oh, yeah, we are, but I'm just saying.
Yes, you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, seven. But and again, tentative numbers: new positions, salary increase,
But
healthcare.
Healthcare was included,
Can
so
I-
why
can I-
would that
can
be
I
on
make a-
top?
Can I make a suggestion? This is a great conversation, but this has to do with our budget. We're gonna have some work sessions related to the new budget, absolutely, to have this conversation. But we kind of need to move forward with this, because I know the Board of Supervisors is also looking for some sort of plan about this,
Understood.
the 57 million. So no, it really is a good conversation, but I think that's a separate work session related to next year's budget. So if we can, I'd like to move forward to give Jesse something that he can take to the Board of Supervisors in those three options.
Number 2.
Number 2,
number 2.
Carrie,
Two.
1, 2, or 3?
2.
Same.
2, okay, it's 2, so it's similar to what you did here. All
Thank
right,
you,
I'm
guys.
sorry to
I
interrupt,
appreciate
it's just that good conversations, but it needs to be that separate work session related to the budget. All right, moving forward, Dr.
Okay, we
Boyd.
can turn that on. All right, and then Aaron, when you get a second, can we put those things up too? The stickers. Yeah. Want to take a bathroom
Coming
break
right
or
back.
anything? Or?
Yeah, does anybody want to take a bathroom break? I know it's early in the morning.
Yeah. What's that?
Do you need
Yeah.
No, I don't. I'm being polite. I'm just looking, Kathy, taking a
In
little
case you
break.
get potty before you came.
I could take a coffee break if we had some.
Where's the coffee?
Yeah.
That's all right. All right,
Thought about hitting up Galleys this morning, but it was too early.
Should've texted me. I would have had a good reason to be late. Going Dahlgren Road. I don't know why I went. I went Dahlgren, and I went Dahlgren Road.
Back up, right?
No, it wasn't.
Pardon?
It was a slow person in front of me, and it's rainy, so you don't want to go around them. The roads are slick.
You guys want some coffee?
yeah, I would.
Troy's got a coffee pot.
Yeah, we're taking a 5-minute break, everybody.
Yeah. Thank you, Troy.
So we follow
Am
you?
I going to be strict?
No, he's gonna bring it
I
down
don't
here.
want-
Yeah.
I don't want tea coffee. It's too strong. I want to be able to hold it not with room. Oh yeah, yeah.
we're back.
Break is over.
Okay, so
Thank you.
purpose of this discussion is going to be to consider what type of programmatic changes we can make.
Does this work or no? Is there another
So
switch?
why, it looks like it doesn't.
Okay.
Looks like
I didn't know if there was another,
Yeah,
I just don't know if there
because
was another
it's-
switch.
Yeah, good question though. Can you, and I'll write on this too,
I
to make
can
it a
pull it
little,
up.
more easy to.
Is it on this drive you sent us?
Yes.
Some of it is. Actually, let's go that route first.
That first one? Which
Well, I don't know
slide
which one
is
it
it?
is.
Oh, okay.
It's the
Oh, the
email.
division programming slide?
That has those images in it, but you won't need to go into that. Don't worry about that one. Let's all get on the same page together. So, as we all know, the referendum passed, right? And we are hopefully considering at this point, and I think I told you all that I went and spoke with the Board of Supervisors during public comment to ask what next steps we can consider to have a discussion about what this new school potentially looks like. I think we're all, and having kind of informal conversations with folks, we're ready to get the ball moving and see what that looks like. The idea behind this discussion item and this conversation is to make sure that we're, on the same sheet of music when it comes to what we need to consider in terms of programmatic changes for the school division moving forward. So what I'd like to do is just kind of explain to you maybe what my vision is, and then really hear your vision and see if we're on the same page, and talk through some of the conversations that we need to have about where's King George County Schools look with the addition of the new school before we go to the Board of Supervisors and have that discussion. All right, looks like we're working on it. So, good morning. All right, if you can see the new school information folder that you all were sent, and again, for those in the back, we'll share this information at a later point, I think. But let's get on the same page first with where we stand currently. If you open the file that's titled Enrollment for 24-25 as of 9/30/2024, it has some pink text in it. Or excuse me, pink, it's pink. It's somewhat
Graphic,
pink.
yeah.
You see it?
It's the third one down.
It's different. It's in different places
it's in
for
different
different
places,
people,
okay.
is what I've picked up about Google.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, email, and then go to December 11th.
Oh, okay.
Type in Jesse or December 11th, yeah.
We'll wait for everybody to get there.
Yeah.
Are you there yet, Ed?
It was, and I got out of it.
You had it open all.
Which one?
It's the student.
It's that one, the third one.
Third one?
The one titled Enrollment
Third
for
one.
2024, 2025.
You click on the right-hand side. You got it.
We are all on the pink.
All right.
All right,
We're
excellent.
good.
Okay, so this is a report that Carla Webb is responsible for producing annually. We send to the state. And what it does is compare our enrollment this school year to our enrollment last school year. But really, in terms of the referendum, this was a huge report that we provided to the community based on where we currently are. Okay, so looking at it, in that first top pink table, you've got King George High School. The grade is on the left-hand side of that table. And then the current enrollment, total enrollment 24-25, is in that second column. And so, for example, if we're all on the same place and looking at the same thing, there's 372 ninth graders at the high school currently. So everyone follow me on that?
Yes.
Okay. So the total population right now of the high school is 1,519 as of September 30th. Okay, this is the latest report that we have that we sent to the state. Okay.
What's the 9 PP?
Yeah, I was gonna ask. that.
Those are postgraduates. Those are special education students that are allowed to stay in school until their 22nd birthday. Okay. Working our way down through, you can see that middle school, surprisingly, based on population growth in the community, we had a huge bump from last year. We were at 1,059 in the 23-24 school year, and we went up to 1,103 for this school year. Everyone follow me on this document? So if I won't go through all these numbers, but you can start to see not only the enrollment by grade level at each school, but also the increases that we've experienced. And what we're seeing across the division right now is year over year about a 2% growth. Okay, that's current. So what does that look like in terms of numbers? We have a total, and I think it's on that last slide. We have a total of 4,500, or that second page, 4,536 students, according to the September 30th report. 2% more than last year. A 2% number right now is about 80 students. So I can tell you, in speaking to other superintendents, that's a pretty healthy growth rate in terms of new students in a school division of our size. So, and again, there's been some conversation, and I want to clear this up. This growth rate of 2% considers the kids that graduate, they leave, the kindergarten class comes in. All of that is normed, okay? That happens. We have 2% more kids than we had last year, even with those two things happening. It's not like less kids have graduated and more kids have come into kindergarten.
And replacing those that graduated.
No, it's 2% more kids across K-12 than we had in last year at this time, which is about 80 students additional across our school district.
Right.
I will say that when I went to Potomac last year, the teachers were thrilled with the class size, and I noticed it's not as good as it used to be. I think anything more than 20 children in the kindergarten class is
I
too
was
much.
literally over here thinking the same thing. Like, I hope they have AIDS because 22 kids.
So
Yeah, you can see.
yeah, I just vividly remember the teachers praising
Yeah, they did.
the system. Like, this is great. They had like 18 kids in the class, and that was perfect. And now they're at 22,
That's right.
and that makes a big difference.
So when we go into, again, not to stray off this conversation, but when we go to the budget request and we're asking for new teaching positions
Yep.
and we haven't got them for 5 to 7 years based on our budget request, if we're increasing by 80 kids every year, then the natural effect there is our class sizes are getting bigger because we're adding more kids and we're not adding more teaching positions. So we have to address that in this budget cycle.
I heard a comment about high school as well. Those classes are huge.
They are. And what Ed's talking about with the math teachers is very real.
If you go into the high school and you can pick just about any subject you want, you go in and there's hardly enough room
Yeah.
to get the desk in there
Yep.
because they're so
Yeah.
full.
Yeah, I've seen it too.
So it's very much will continue to be a budget request
Yeah.
that we're getting to the point where it just has to be addressed. Or, well, let me tell you another factor. Right now, there's certain classes or courses that the Virginia Department of Education requires there be a cap at. Okay, kindergarten, first and second grade has a cap. You can only have a certain number of kids. High school English is another one. High school English, I think, is 24-1. They change these SOQs every year, and they change them because of budget. But I think right now it's 24-1. Any high school English class that's above 24-1, we have to send a letter home to parents in those classes
How
and
many
say,
you sent home?
you've got more than 24 kids in your English class. And this is what we're trying to do to mitigate that concern.
Have you done that?
We're sending those.
Yeah,
Okay,
I think-
we've done that for the last 2 years because of English numbers that are increasing. And as Mr. Frank said, we're feeling it across the division.
Okay.
Okay, so if we're good with that file, are there any other questions on that particular file? Again, this is what I'm trying to do now is show you where we are and really the impetus behind the request for a new school, for more square footage.
Is there anything in this that can be scrutinized? This is a legit all facts. Nothing can be.
I certainly hope so.
I'm just asking because I know people that
Yeah.
will say, well, that number actually, if you could, and I just don't. I want to be able to say this is exactly what we have.
I'm
Just
trying to
like
think
the
of some of
date.
the arguments I've heard in the past.
It's October 4th. Maybe.
Well, no, it was as of 9:30.
Oh, I
So
see.
just that, note that date. You know what I mean? Like, it very well could have changed.
Well, it does.
It will, and it'll probably increase. We're required twice annually to send. And-
Sorry. He was very confident about that.
It will
Well,
probably
year
increase.
over year, it does.
Yeah.
As the year goes on, especially the first semester.
We're required to submit a report to this. This is the state report that we
Okay.
send in September, and we'll send another one in May.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
All right. If you go back to the new school information folder,
Is there anything about the rest of it though? There's another page. No shows.
so what that does is kind of sum. So you've got each school on
Okay,
the
just
top
a summary.
page,
Okay.
and then you've got total enrollment for the division in the beginning of the next page, and then you can see, and this is important for those that are wondering whether or not we're growing, is below that for comparison, you see 3 school years prior to this current school year that has total numbers. So if you look at the 21-22 school year, that's that last one of comparison down there. Total enrollment was 4,389 in September, on September 30th. You follow that number there?
Mhm.
And then if you look at our current enrollment, we're at 45,036 as of September 30th. I'm going all the way back up to
On the top.
that top one, bottom right cell.
Because you're going to look at 24, 23, 22. There wasn't, if you look at that number by itself and not the schools individually, it
Mhm.
doesn't look like a huge growth. But when you go from 23 to 24 is what you're saying. It's 452 to 504. So. Sorry, I'm thinking
Yeah,
out
no,
loud.
that's fine. That's
If you
it's
look at
good
it
to-
that way, it's not, it doesn't show a huge growth, but if you look at per school, like, it looks like Silson's so overwhelmed right now that they could cry.
that they're the school right now that's experiencing the
Yeah.
largest growth, and really is one of our schools that's over capacity right now.
Right. They're like 102%.
Yeah, and then really the final table down there is all of our preschool and Head Start students currently.
I still don't quite understand the Head Start. I know it's run by Fredericksburg. Fredericksburg pays for the teachers, or do we pay for the teachers?
Fredericksburg pays for the teachers, and we pay an annual amount to Fredericksburg to cover expenses. And there's an MOU that has been a memorandum of understanding between us and Fredericksburg that has been in existence. I don't know how long it's been, 10, 15 years. And the amount really that we pay Fredericksburg has not changed. I think we had this conversation briefly last year. Fredericksburg is interested in that amount changing because it has cost them more to run the preschool.
Every year.
Now, again, to Ed's point, this is a combination. This is federally
Not
funded
preschool,
program.
Head Start. You said preschool.
I'm sorry. Yeah, it's just Head Start.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just the Head Start students. It's a federally funded program. They're getting federal funds, but there's a local requirement as well. And it's not just the teaching positions, but it's transportation, it's cost of this building, there's other costs, just like any other school, that are rolled into that amount that we pay Fredericksburg annually. But we've sat down with Fredericksburg and we both acknowledge that amount of money has stayed that amount for a long time, and they are asking for it to increase. They haven't told us what or how much they want it to increase, but we've had the conversation.
Has there been any conversation, has there been any thought into, and this can be a conversation for not today, but has there been any thought King George having our own,
Yeah, that's
because we get service more kids?
something we should consider moving forward. That's a conversation we should probably have moving forward.
Why don't, Aaron, why don't
Elementary
you
enrollment.
let's make a note of that
And then cost.
for a future discussion, part of the budget maybe.
That's why they're already.
To help Jesse out. Yeah, just possibility of Fredericksburg increasing their amount for Head Start.
All right, I'm
What
gonna,
I'm saying is King George has its own Head Start.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then also.
as opposed to going through Frederick.
and us
Because,
having our
you know,
Head
this
Start, the cost
doesn't
for
show
that.
a whole lot
I
of
mean, there's a lot of federal dollars. that comes
crazy
in
amounts.
there.
Mhm.
That's a good point.
Fredericksburg is keeping a
But
lot.
because-
Well, and again, it
Where
could
it's
be
having
that.
Schools are feeling it.
It could be we're getting a deal in this whole thing.
It could be.
It
but,
could
you know,
be.
It's something we need to look at.
Yes, I agree.
All right.
All right, I'm gonna close that document if there's no other questions on that. That again is just kind of painting the picture of where we currently are. Okay.
New school information.
I don't want to, so new school information is a document that will continue to grow. This is websites right now associated with our conversations about the new school. And one of the things in there is this document, or the ability to create this document. This comes through the county GIS.
Right.
Okay. And what it is our elementary attendance zones, because this is going to become a conversation when a new school comes into play. So to kind of, orient you to this map, this yellow is the Sealston attendance zone. All right, this is all King George County. This way over here is Sealston Elementary. Okay, it's right over here. This blue area is King George Elementary School attendance zone. This is King George Elementary School. We're right here right now. Okay, in this building. And then the green is Potomac Elementary School, and this is Potomac Elementary School.
Right.
Okay. When we start talking about the addition of a fourth elementary school, then we have to have conversations about how that shifts these attendance zones. And I can tell you that in most school divisions, that's a very lengthy and emotional
Controversial.
conversation. In fact, there's a lot of folks, and I've already been in contact. I knew some folks that were in that worked for Fairfax, and there are spatial analysis that goes into this. There's a number of different factors. There's community outreach meetings. There's quite a process to really carve out an additional attendance zone. If you want to orient yourself with where the middle school, where the proposed site, if we agree with where the old middle school was, we're about right here. Okay, that's where that the new elementary school would go. Okay, and so I'll talk you through what I'm thinking in terms of how that attendance zone fits into this. I've talked to a few folks. I can tell you the price tag is not one I'm really excited about. The first group I talked to that worked in Fairfax when I was there, for us, it was about $35,000 to go through the entire process of seeking feedback from the community, reviewing our data, reviewing population growth, and really, based on that information, carving out an attendance zone. Okay, we can talk about each one of these dots right now is a residence. And I can tell you that Aaron and I pulled this up on GIS. This is an older map. This is one that we had in the school board office. For illustrative purposes, the attendance zones have stayed the same. But if you pull up that document that says new school information, you can click on one of those links and you can create this map. The first thing that stood out to us was that there are a lot more dots. There are a lot more dots. Yeah, you can do that. So that's what's on that document. Going down, the next one for me is the division programming. Basically, that is a document that shows every single one of our current schools, floor plan. That again we use internally. That's for you to review, but it's not. And again, keep all of these documents, especially that one, is one that's not going to be public. Okay, because that's a safety concern. Okay, and that's the one with the aerials of the schools. I want to draw your attention to the one that's titled Enrollment Projections. Everyone see that one?
Mm-hmm.
Let me just shrink it. All right, so this one here is one that we use again, and what you're going to see in this table is something similar to what you saw in the state report that I told you Carla creates. You're going to see the current, well, across the top, you've got the school year. The next yellow column is our pre-K population. So for example, in 24-25, there's 115 pre-K students. Everyone follow me on that? Okay, if you work your way across in the current school year, you'll see the number of students in each one of those grade levels for each one of those schools for elementary. And then when you get to the yellow column that's titled Total Elementary by School, that's the total population of King George Elementary School, then Sealston, then Potomac. The number that's in parentheses below where it says King George Elementary School, for example, is 777. Everyone see that number? That's the capacity of that building. And you see those numbers across the board for all of our schools.
I thought, just looking at this at a glance, for some reason I thought Potomac was, did their capacity get increased because of the?
With the modular.
Okay, all right, because I thought they were,
Yeah.
okay.
We
gotcha.
bought some time with Potomac. We were at capacity at Potomac, but the
That's what I thought.
modular is saved us.
Just a thought. I understand that the Board of Supervisors is talking about rezoning. So you may want to, which is gonna drop the numbers down.
Rezoning
Rezoning as far as
Agricultural.
magisterial districts.
agricultural stuff.
It could, you know, in other
Oh,
words,
rezoning.
yeah, D,
Okay.
D1, 2.
Yes.
You know,
Yes.
then the retails and.
Make it so you can't subdivide.
Gotcha.
In other words,
Okay.
if it's
So
agricultural, A,
You know, the reason
10 acres.
for that I understand is to stop all these builders from putting up these tiny little subdivisions that
yeah.
impact the schools and infrastructure, but we don't get any money out of that.
Yeah, well, and that's what we were talking about. When we pulled this current map up, you would be shocked at how much denser these dots are across the entire King George County. Okay, the current one? All right, so the current one Aaron put in the folder, and you can just pull them up and compare between this and that, and it's quite a bit. What this table shows us that I'm currently in the enrollment projections is, again, just considering a 2% growth over the years. Okay, and again, to Ed's point, you know, that it might not continue to be 2% based on Board of Supervisors' approach to residential growth. Right now, I mean, all we know is that we know we're experiencing 80 more kids in the school division this year than we did last year. And so what I did was stretch those numbers out over the next 5 years. And again, you'll see what those numbers look like across the division. The elementary school is that entire middle section. Again, if you move over further to the right, you've got your 6th, 7th, and 8th graders and your total middle school population at 1103. You've got your high school population. And the reason some of those are red is because they turn red when they're officially over capacity. Okay. All right. And then the far right, you'll see two other things that we've talked about and considered, and I'll explain for you guys in greater detail today. But a virtual option that I want to go over, and really a vocational option. We've talked a little bit about seeing if we can't reopen that vocational center between the current middle school and current high school. And, you know, that has a lot of benefit for a lot of reasons. All right. So let's talk through kind of an option right now. And I'm going to get into some numbers that'll get, just tell me to slow down and stop if you want. But right now, what you have here is KGES. All right. Yeah, my handwriting is, I should have you right here. Do you want to? My teaching writing has gone away.
Mine is not beautiful either.
All right. This will be the new school on the far right. Oh, yours is much better than mine. All right. Potomac Elementary School. All right. I'm sorry it's so small, but Sealston Elementary School and King George Elementary School. What I'm going to do is reference the data that we have in that top line of the enrollment projections spreadsheet, okay? Uh-oh.
I got it.
All right.
It's not gonna be pretty though.
All right. So based on that data, the current population of King George Elementary School, we can write over here in smalls, it's 707 students. Sealston currently is 756 students. Potomac is 566 students. 566. All right, and then the new school will leave blank right now. All right. So everyone follow me so far? All right. So the first consideration is the one that we've presented publicly. We want to add a new elementary school, all right, pre-K 5. We want to send all of the King George Elementary School preschool students, right, the 115, I believe it is, over all to the new school.
And we can and keep the Head Start here?
No, I think we'll take the Head Start and send them over here as
Just wanna
well.
Make sure.
Yeah, we're going to send all of the preschool students, Head Start included,
Okay.
over to the new school. So we're going to take all of the preschool students, and then we're going to figure out how to divide the attendance zone.
Okay, wait, I just wanted, that's approximately 115, right?
Correct. We'll walk through it.
Okay.
And then we're going to divide this attendance zone so that we can populate the new school. All right. So we would have 115 preschool students.
Right.
And based on my initial estimates, and again, these numbers this is just for illustrative purposes right now, but I think we would need to get about 100 King George Elementary School kids out of this attendance zone into the new school,
Out of Sealston.
out of King George Elementary.
King George L, sorry.
Yeah, so we'll do a line from here to here.
Right.
And that'll be 115 plus 100.
Right.
Yep. Yep. So that's the first 215. Sealston, as we've all talked about, is exploding, right? So of the 756 that are currently at Sealston, we need about 250 of them out of, again, this attendance zone to attend the new school. So 250 from here to here. All right, and then Potomac Elementary School, right now, we would want about 50 of those students, okay?
That would be keeping the portables that we just put.
That's going to stay. Yeah, those are actually pretty nice right now and in pretty good shape. All right. So what that does right now, okay, right now is that drops this population to 492. All right. We can use this puts King George Elementary School at 492. And again, you can reference that capacity that we have for each of those buildings. 492 after those students leave. Sealston would go to 506. Potomac would go to 516. Okay, and I think with all of those addition, we're at 515 for this new school. Okay? 515. Okay, I think now everyone follow me on that.
Yeah.
All right. So the next thing that we would like to consider is taking the 6th grade out of King George Elementary School, or excuse me, King George Middle School, and putting them back into the elementary schools. Okay, for a number of reasons, philosophical reasons, and everything else. Currently, we've got 6th, 7th, and 8th graders here. Really, I believe the 6th graders need to be back in the elementary school. All right. So the current number of if we were to divide that by 4, okay, we have the total number of middle school students. Each of these schools would receive 85 students. Okay, so we're going to take 85 students.
Where are they at right now?
At King George Middle School.
What's King George Middle School currently?
They are currently at 1103.
And 85 each.
85 to each. All right, that's the entire 6th grade going back to the elementary schools here as well. Yeah.
That's what, 340 altogether?
370, 337, right? According to this data.
Oh, okay.
Okay. That drops the middle school population to 766. Okay, so you can see how we would address capacity on the elementary level, all right, and brought our middle school students back to the elementary school. And then we would consider making this a junior high school and a senior high school by taking our 9th grade and bringing them back to, right now we have a ton of room at King George Middle School.
Sure.
We have capacity, we're busting at the seams at King George High School. So if we took our 9th grade students and made this a senior high school, that's 372 students leaving King George High School going to the middle school.
Where's high school at?
1510, 372. All right. So what that does, once we shuffle that number, is it ironically puts the King George Middle School number at 1138 total. And again, this is a 1,500 seats in that building. All right. And then it also would drop King George High School to 1138. All right. So again, 1,500 here as well. And now there's, 1138 there. The two other things that we would like to consider moving forward is creating a virtual option. And we've been talking to Stafford County High School right now, or Stafford County Public Schools, which currently has a virtual program they're offering. This is great for a number of reasons. This not only would allow some King George High School students and King George Middle School students to come out of that setting and consider taking virtual school. And again, what virtual school is we would be using virtual Virginia curriculum. They would take a full course load of courses. So it would be available for not only current King George Middle School students and King George High School students, but it's also available for our homeschool community and everybody else.
Which then can play sports.
And what that means is now they're full-time King George County School students. So we not only have them as our students, but we also receive state and federal funding now that they're considered King George County School students, but they don't have to go to these buildings because we've had these conversations with our homeschool students. There's certain things about public school that they want to access, and there's certain things they don't. If they attend our virtual school, similar to maybe the homeschool program that they're using right now, then they're full-time virtual or King George students, but they don't have to come in the building. They can access VHSL activities. They can be in the NJROTC program. They can be in the theater program. They can access many of the things that are great in our community.
So they would obviously do most of the primary subjects, math, English, social studies, science, on the virtual. But then they may come to our junior ROTC, or they may go to music class, or then PE, or whatever if they want. They'd actually go to the school for those classes. Would they also? So a lot of these would do the core subjects at home using the virtual system. But would there be a place if the parents wanted them to be at school where there'd be a classroom where they could do the virtual system?
I don't know about that yet. We're still working through that. You're talking about kind of like a computer lab where they could do it?
Yes, because I see parents wanting that.
So let me tell you what we've discussed about this. This we've, as I've said, we've sat down with Stafford and I've sat down with the superintendent there. If we can attract a certain number of homeschool students to do this, we've paid for it. There's no, there potentially could be no budget request because based on our state and federal funds, it cost about $2,000 to take a full course load of virtual Virginia courses. Based on state and federal funds that we would receive from that additional student that was homeschooled, we're going to net about $6,000. Okay, so if we can convince roughly 10 to 15 homeschool students to participate in this program, then that's somewhere in the ballpark of $60,000 to $90,000. Okay, we would need that money to probably hire somebody to direct and manage the virtual program, and that's kind of the goal.
I was going to ask you what's I'm assuming the cost to us is nothing, right? But we might have to have a staff member to just track that, but not anybody that's always available to the student.
No, they typically, they'll facilitate conversations between the virtual Virginia teachers.
Okay.
Those students will still need access to a counselor. They'll still need some of the stuff. And what's nice about this is that, then our homeschool students graduate from high school with a state-approved diploma. Because that's often a challenge too, is that, they have a difficult time going to post-secondary options because maybe it's not an approved homeschool program. This would be an approved Virginia State diploma that they would earn through this program. And really the opportunity to access,
I would think that person would also probably need to help with the scheduling, because you may have a whole lot of kids that want to take music or art class, and I assume that same person would assist with some of
Yeah.
that, because you all of a sudden, the music teacher, okay, I'm accustomed to having 30 or 40, now all of a sudden I got 60, well.
we have to work through all of those things. And again, all of those extras would be predicated on enrollment and how we figure out whether or not we have seats available. But just simply, even if we began this next year,
Yeah.
the idea that you can access VHS, we've had these homeschool meetings with our homeschool families. If we talk about how we can access sports and things of that nature, I think it becomes very
You're
appealing.
going to get not just 15, I think you get 100 or so.
Well, that's what we're
The more the better.
it's
But
very much a wild
So
card.
you're going to consider, the state considers ADM with those students, as long as they're
Yes.
fully enrolled in the virtual system.
They are considered King George County School students, and we receive
It's
aid.
like my granddaughter right now is fully enrolled, so she's still part of the,
Well, we don't have a virtual school set up yet, so
I see. I see
she's
what you're
taking courses
I
direct.
see.
Well, and see, that's just it. Is
Okay.
she's not a King George County
I
school
see.
student right now.
I see.
But we would adopt
We-
those students back
I see.
because we have a virtual
So
program.
those few that are doing that now, they then would
They
be
come back.
incorporated into the system.
Yep.
All right, good.
And the benefit for them and their family are now, number one, you're going to get a state high school diploma, huge benefit. And you're also, through your high school experience, are going to be able to play sports and do those other things that in talking to homeschool families
Question,
would like
I
to
know that we're talking in terms of the new facility, it's 57 million, I understand all that. But what you just said right there, could that be implemented this next school year regardless of where we are?
That's what we're hoping.
Yeah.
All right, outstanding.
That's what we're hoping.
And can we start socializing that soon, or do we have to keep it on, what's your?
No, I think we can start talking about it. What we're doing right now is we've just had those meetings with Stafford a few weeks or a month ago. We feel pretty confident about how we can start it. Stafford started it last year at this time. It's brand new to them. They have about 160 students in Stafford that are in the program. Currently, they have one person that manages the program, which is funded through the additional students that they've gained. Stafford's homeschool population, percentage-wise, is nothing like King George's. We have a much
About
percentage-wise
500
higher.
students.
Say again?
From the last
500.
meeting we had, it was about
Yeah.
500 students.
Yeah, we have about 500 homeschool students. For our school division is about 4,500, and we've got 500 homeschool students. Stafford, their percentage is about half of what ours is.
And you know Shiloh has a facility in Shiloh, the old school.
That I went to.
Yep. You can actually bring your curriculum there. And
Really?
yes, they have it used to be a school, so it's set up as an art center right now, but then they do school. So if you want to bring your child homeschool and you have a certain curriculum you want them to do, you rent the space.
So maybe that's something that might be a benefit. Yeah.
Yes.
So again, in terms of this conversation,
yeah.
and again, we can keep talking about that as much as you guys want, but we would make it available currently. And you asked this. We're going to get ready to send a survey out, see if we can gauge some interest, so we know how many families are interested. This is not just students that would be homeschooled, but they would be currently enrolled students at King George Middle School or King George High School that we think would be appropriate for this program, family thinks would be appropriate for this program. We've also discussed criteria for staying in the program because, I did my dissertation on this, virtual education. And there's certain factors in certain students that are very successful in this model. And then there's some that aren't.
Yeah, exactly.
So we would consider a criteria not only for entry, but for one to stay.
Good.
The good thing is COVID already showed a lot of people who's good at it and who's not.
Yeah, you're right.
So that some are already aware that they're good at it.
Yeah.
So again, we talked about this. I don't know if I'm comfortable yet putting a number to it because it's very much a wild card to me about how many
I
students would
think
be
it'll
interested.
blow up.
Potentially.
Yeah, I think
I think it
Potentially.
will too.
Yeah.
I think there'll be over 100.
yeah.
And then the other great option that I think we really, really have to push in our community is vocational education.
Big-
All right.
yeah.
We have a building. Aaron and I were just in it Friday. It's a nice. The building is not in bad shape. I mean, it needs a facelift. It needs somebody to look at it. I think what we need to do, and we've already talked about this, we need to have a feasibility study and somebody come in there that has that eye and says, this is what you need to get this building back up and running. We've already talked to our Board of Supervisors members, many of them individually, about folks that are coming into the community and presenting new solar projects or data center projects or whatever industries moving into the community. Let's consider them taking part and partnering with us on opening some programs in our vocational building. I'll tell you, coming from Fairfax County and even coming from Richmond County, where I came from, I've said this many times before, King George County right now is a vocational island. If you look all around us, it's first off easy to look at like Stafford. Stafford has an academy system. What that means is every one of the high schools in Stafford has a certain number of programs, and they bus kids all over that county to take vocational programs depending on what program you want to get into, similar to Fairfax. Spotsylvania has a beautiful technical center that they send students to. And if you look down into the Northern Neck, all of the school divisions that are in the Northern Neck, just below us, Westmoreland, Colonial Beach, Lancaster, you name it, they're all down there. They all go to the Northern Neck Technical Center and have great opportunities and great programs down in the Northern Neck. Caroline has their very own vocational center already. We currently do not. And I think our community and our students suffer because of it. So we really have to get this back up and operational.
So would that facelift be part of the 57 million?
Not currently. That has not been part of the
But it's
conversation.
pretty much already approved. The Board of Supervisors want that so bad as well. That would be an easy one.
I think so too.
Well, I
I think
agree.
everybody I've
The
spoken to.
money, where would it be?
Well, that's a big question. And again, that's not an, I
You're
think
right.
that
It could
57
be,
million
yeah.
approved right now has been a topic of conversation in the community and with the Board of Supervisors. I don't know that the 57 million, based on, and again, this is out of my lane, but you hear things about the current bond that's been pulled, some of the money left over from some of the projects that are being done in the community, and really how much is it going to cost
Right.
for the new school? And if there is a remainder, what should be considered? Or should we pull that money? Should we
Well, I
take
guess,
that money?
here's my point in saying that, that maybe it could be part of the 57 million, because I think what you said is true. And I've only had conversations with 2, maybe 3 of the Board of Supervisors individually, and they are 100% probably similar to what you said in terms of that vocational building and getting it up and running. And we're hearing that all over. And I think it might even help whatever it is we're going to propose for the new school. Maybe it would depend on how much, I agree. But potentially, I'd like to see it as maybe part of the 57 million, because I think it would help the whole project being approved easier by the community and the Board of Supervisors. It's just a thought.
This CIP that was just presented to them, we did last week. I
Right.
presented to the county administrator last week. I really stressed and emphasized the desire to, if we don't have a sum in there right now, which we don't have a solid sum on what it's going to cost to get this open, then this rendition of the CIP, we have to have a feasibility study funded so that we know, similar to what we did with the preschool. You remember Dr. Benson said we need, remember what the sum was, Ed?
Or no?
Yeah.
He told.
Anyways, he came out with a sum, and it was prior to the any feasibility study,
It was 27.
something like that.
Is
And
this the
and it was kind of, well, we don't really know.
It was when I was my first year on the board. Dr.
Yeah.
Benson mentioned 27 million. We even had a meeting about, I think it was $27 million to build a preschool. All it was a new preschool. About that.
Yeah, and that was the number. And anyways, from that number that was kind of a guesstimate, we did the feasibility study and got a firm, hard number from Mosley. I think that's step one in this, getting a firm, and it'll be nothing like this number. It'll be a much smaller number to do not only the feasibility study, but also I think the number in getting that building back up and operational would be a fraction of this number. But again, if we're talking about in terms of, a relief valve for our capacity issue, what's currently run right now out of Northern Neck Technical Center is half-day programs. Basically, it's vocational programs that for our block schedule would be half the day, would be 2 blocks. And these are like certification programs. So if a student at Northern Neck Technical Center takes auto body, then they're taking that for half their instructional day. And they come out of that program, either a 1 or 2 year program with, I mean, they're getting
Awesome,
jobs,
yeah.
they're welding, they're doing all kinds of great things. But I estimate somewhere in the ballpark of being able to have maybe 8 programs in this facility. Does that ring a bell to you, Ed? or-
Yeah.
That's a
Okay.
little more than there used to be.
Yeah, this is more than it used to be.
Okay, I think you could accommodate.
Is this,
Did you
is,
use the
I mean,
deadline today?
this briefs well, I like what's there. Is that the only, and the reason is that the only plan that we have?
Possibility.
Yes.
Well, there's other ways we can talk
Okay,
about it.
now, the reason I'm asking that is because if we move the 9th graders back to the middle school, it's gonna kill a lot of the programs that are at the high school.
Well,
Have
I
we
thought about that.
Yeah, we thought about, for ROTC, it's gonna take 100, well, it'll take 50 to 75 students out of that.
Well,
And,
We could still run those programs, I'm hoping.
because if we don't, I mean, it goes away because the Navy says we have to have a certain amount of people.
We will not do that. Yeah, we won't have the NJOTC program.
Well, but it's not only in JROTC, it's DECA, because a lot of her students are all 9th graders,
Yeah.
and the logistically getting them back and forth
Well, the
is
plan
gonna be
was to,
tremendous.
It'll be a little bit of a challenge, but we would have to do something similar to what we did when we moved the elementary kids to the high school. Is we have to consider those options. The beautiful thing about this is that these 2 buildings are separated by a beautiful
what-
walkway.
I was
Well,
gonna
the thing
say,
is, we were talking about the remember, we were talking about creating a transportation circle in
road.
there, so that could make it.
If you'll remember, just as COVID hit, we were going back to the middle school and we were having classes at the middle school. That's when Tony Brown was the first one that was there and I was going over and Major Callahan was going to teach classes at the middle school. But the Navy says at that time, they have to be connected. They can't be a road. or
Oh,
something like
I mean,
that.
the schools have to
We'll
be
do a
connected?
chain from one building to the
Yeah.
other.
Make a tunnel.
Oh, no,
There you go,
so-
walkway.
But we can, I'm
would
not
be-
sure that that's still there. I mean, everything has changed since COVID. Yeah.
We do have to work through those finer
Yeah.
details. This is
Yeah.
big picture stuff here. This is,
I understand.
yeah, and again, and to Ed's point, this doesn't have to be the plan. But, you have questions in our community about, why a new elementary school? Well, this approach solves elementary capacity issues, which we have, and it also solves really high school capacity issues, which we have.
Question about Potomac, because that was a question. How does a new school next to King George Elementary School help Potomac Elementary?
That's a good question too. So what it's gonna mean is, and this goes back to that conversation about how you divide this attendance zone. And there's, we can all sit in a room and try to figure it out, but there's companies that do this
That's right.
right now. There's a company I got a quote from that's about $35,000 to explore this, and they do a thorough job. I've seen
It's a
this
long
done before.
drive.
But what we would have to do is, and again, if we agree with these numbers, 50 Potomac students, all right, 250 Sealston students, and 215 at King George Elementary School students, that includes the preschool,
Okay.
then that, percentage-wise, or if you consider each one of these a piece of pie,
I see what you're
then we have to carve out, that number of residents
be
in those
closer to
areas.
the
Yeah,
school.
some of them
And
will be
then,
closer.
yeah, I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, so really, the school right now is, where's the new school would be right here, okay, which is honestly a good location if you're trying to carve an attendance zone out of the middle,
Yeah.
right? So this new school would address probably this area,
Which will relieve that area. Yeah.
which would be
Dahlgren.
some of Potomac,
Yeah.
some of King George L, and probably the most of Sealston. Because If you go and look at that current map right now, there are so many dots
Why
over
does Hop
here.
Yard go to Steelston, I guess?
Hop Yard would still go to Sealston. We could probably turn Sealston Elementary
It's
School
closer
into
to
Hop Yard
Cambridge
Elementary,
Elementary,
and it would just serve those students. There's a ton of students. I drove the bus at Hop Yard, and it took me I got around 3 corners and had 80 students in the bus. I mean, there's 25 kids at a bus stop.
Because Hop Yard's closer to King George L than it is Steelston.
Yeah, but I based on numbers, we would have to. Or excuse me,
just
this
saying,
is
that's
Hop
just
Yard.
something I
This
heard.
is Oakland.
Estate. Yeah.
Oakland
Park.
Oakland Park, yeah. But this is Hop Yard right here, and if you look at the current map, there's a whole neighborhood here now,
Yeah.
and there's a whole neighborhood on this side of the road as well. And there's so many more dots right there. But anyways,
Sounds good.
all right.
All right, so all right, what's next? Are we going back to this? We're gonna have the new elementary and the preschool together. And we did have the last feasibility study was done, I think, had those two together, didn't it?
It does.
And that was 45, what was it, the figure?
For the cost of that new
Of those two
facility,
together?
that's the 50. That's the
Was that
what the
57?
referendum is. I think they included a few million on that for. I mean, that was the Board of Supervisors that did that. It wasn't
not
ours.
All right.
But that's the total cost of this facility to include the preschool. Now, through Mosley, from step one, the pre-K 5 school that was approved through the referendum was a 750 capacity building from step one.
Just because we're talking about this and we're prepared to go back if and when the board, right, comes to us to talk about it, but I would suggest that we look into those programs that may be affected. And I know it sounds kind of dumb, but there's got to be a way. We're doing this construction. Maybe we can somehow make them connected. I don't know how.
Figure something out.
Right, but that's
And
an
I'm
important.
not even sure that that's even
Okay.
there anymore.
But it's a good point.
Okay.
It's
Yeah,
something-
I'm just looking at some of the naming.
Well,
requirements
There's
for
got to be
junior
schools
OTC.
that do it now and
And
haven't.
it seems to say that it needs to require written permission in order for it to be.
But I
But I don't know.
totally,
Not a new concept.
I totally love this idea personally. Like, I think it's a great.
Thank you. I mean, any other feedback, it won't hurt my feelings if you tell me, this is not the
No.
way we want to go, but
I think it's a great idea. I really do. I like it. However, I mean, it's how Ed and I grew up. I mean, junior high was
Right.
Yeah.
7th, 8th, and 9th grade. And there was a lot of complaints. Here I was a coach for elementary, and that was huge, back in the
Yeah, there's changes.
60s and 70s, about this. And, then you got this athletic kind of thing, and I was so happy to see that middle school and then the 6th grade was moved to middle school. Anyway,
the beautiful thing is the proximity of these two buildings
No,
when
it
you're
is.
considering this, because we can really say that, the location of our 9th graders have changed, but they still have access to, and we would
Well, that's-
desire to have them have access to, and even our 8th graders. This is what our 8th graders do right now. I mean, they're playing sports, they're doing those things right now, but it is a much bigger conversation.
yeah, there's things to be considered that we
Yeah.
need to have some information.
Yeah.
Do we want to present something before we have that information? Now, what Ed is saying is a really big deal. Junior ROTC is huge.
We'll look into them, but this is going to be an ongoing conversation that's going to consider a lot of finite details moving
So
forward.
this is the big picture we would present to the Board of Supervisors. Would part of the big picture also be suggesting a location or just leaving that totally up to them?
A location for this building?
Location.
I think we have
It's
the
the
location.
old middle school, right?
I think it's the old middle school.
So that's an assumed by both boards, right?
I believe so.
I mean, it was, I just want to make sure nothing's changed.
That's my perception.
Isn't that supposed to be taken down here in the real?
Yeah, they approved $600,000 in the last CIP to level that building, and I would imagine that that's probably
The only reason I'm saying that,
Happened.
Dr. Boyd, is because I have heard from individual Board of Supervisors, just individual conversations, nothing I've heard publicly, that there were some other discussions going on about where and how much and, whether we're going to not include the preschool. I've heard those individually. Just want to make sure that hopefully, whether they have individual discussions, one thing, but as a Board of Supervisors, they're still going with what we believe that we're all agreeing on of tearing down the old middle school and building this new facility there.
I think we pushed with this. I think geographically it's in the right place.
No, I'm agreeing with everything.
He's just bringing note.
No, I think
If
you're
it's
right.
true, it has been talked about why right there is that a good
Yeah,
spot because
you
of all the
probably heard it.
marshland. I
I'm sure
did.
you've heard it.
The other two questions, because now that we've done away with the Mosley right now,
Yeah.
do we have to have a new feasibility study? Because we can't use theirs, could we?
We can use, that's our, that's
It's ours.
we bought that.
Why couldn't
Oh,
we-
I could.
Yeah.
I just there's some. It's
Well, and-
state
and
stuff. No,
again-
you're right.
Again, this is just the feasibility study is not
Because we paid for it
architecture,
already.
design, engineering. None of that has been done for this new building yet.
It's a
We'll
rough
put that out to bid
Yeah.
and we'll figure out what comes back. But the feasibility study we bought, we own,
Okay.
and all that is whether or not it's feasible to have a preschool on that property, and we've answered that question. So thank you, Mosley, and you can bid on the next project. We'll go from there.
Makes sense. The
Well,
other
the
thing.
only thing, excuse me,
No.
interruption. The only thing that would be important is if we wait too long, the feasibility studies is less and less valuable because costs go up.
Correct.
So timing would be the only
Eminent.
issue.
How long does this give us if we're growing? How long does this give us?
This gives us a good amount of time because if you look at what this does to
Like 5 years?
these buildings are in the 700s as far as capacity, and we're at 515, 516, 506, 492. We bought a lot of time elementary wise. This is a 1,500 building. We can put 1,500 students in there. We're down to 1138, so there's about 350, almost a class. We could increase this by a class size. And it did the same thing for the high school. We're at 1510 now. It drops us to 1138, which gives us all of these buildings with this plan puts us well below capacity, and it doesn't consider any impact that these facilities would
I
have.
forgot about those.
So it
that helps
also,
too.
basically, it opens up all 6 schools for
It
having
does.
more students.
But if
If you
we're
do the
growing at
2%,
80 students,
If you do the 2% a year, it's not, I'm not doing the math,
it
but
does
Well, that's what that
seem like a
table
lot.
shows. That table will show you the next 5 years on what those 2% increases would be
Which we,
for every single school, and still you're going to see
we still got room.
we
Years.
still
It
have
seems like
room.
5 years.
Yeah.
if not more.
But what else do
Well,
we have to do?
5 years, 2%, 80 students a year. You're talking about, let's say, worst case scenario is 400 kids in 5 years, right?
But that's total for all the
80
schools.
times 5 is 400 kids. That's total across the division.
Divide that by 6.
We've got that in almost every one of those buildings, not to include this impact.
That's going to help you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we would have 10 to 12 years.
I think so too.
And I can see the virtual option growing as
Mhm.
Oh,
time
yeah.
goes
That's-
And the vocational.
Right.
That's half a day right there if that's what we do.
This would
Yeah.
really, I think this would make us more attractive, even as far as, of course, this gets back to the board, more attractive to realtors and people coming in and buying, and then, wow, that school there, they got room, they got capacity, look what they've done in the last 2 years. Educationally, they're right at the top of the whole state of Virginia. I mean, it's really,
Okay, so what I'm hearing is there's still questions about this, and we'll explore this a little deeper,
yeah,
and
especially
figure
as a
out
junior.
what that might mean in terms of program and our
Okay.
programs at those specific schools.
Yeah, it says here, Ed, I'm looking at some big, whatever it is, NSTC. Anyway, it says
Yeah.
each unit may be located only at the designated host school and cannot be moved without prior written permission by the Navy. Anyway, it's just,
Yeah.
I'm quoting from this, whatever they
So
use.
permission.
So it sounds like it's possible with permission. But not automatic.
But not automatic.
You're right.
A logistical nightmare.
Yeah, that may be true, but it's one thing to say we have no choice, it can't be done.
Yeah.
Hey, they just
Well,
got a
and
march.
here's an
across
option.
the thing.
Here's an option.
Yeah, practice
The
the marching.
program still stays at the high school,
Yes,
Yeah.
and these kids come.
yeah, that's what we're talking
Yeah.
about.
March right across.
I think that's what we're talking about here is, I don't know, I would still think there'd probably have to be more investigation.
Yeah. With all the programs, DECA.
So
Well, you got DECA, you got theater, you got a ton of them.
Yeah.
well, theater, just to let, I don't know how much, theater many times in large schools has a whole separate building many times that already is a distance away. So it's not going to affect theater because that's very common for kids in large divisions and districts that they would walk distance to get to
My
the
my
theater
high school
building.
that I went to in Fairfax, these two buildings are closer. than the buildings that were on my campus in Fairfax County. We had 3 buildings, and the high school and the current middle school are closer to each other than the 3 buildings. One of the buildings was a theater building.
Right, exactly.
Were to each other,
You
believe it or
baby
not.
our kids too much.
I mean, it's
So theater is a normal thing, but it's some of the other things.
Shoot on it.
Deck
We're
is
s-
a
we're so
good
self-sufficient
question.
here.
yeah.
Stupid.
So any other considerations or
So this is what you're going to present to the Board of Supervisors, with, obviously, as a board, you're representing us, and this is what you're presenting.
unless there's quick
No, I'm just-
feedback, I'm good. I think it solves a lot of our
When will you
issues.
do that?
Absolutely.
I said when.
When? That's the next question is that for both of these discussion items is now I will ask, since we've discussed it and we're on the same page, I will ask the Board of Supervisors if we could have a spot.
Well, let's make sure we're on the same page. I know we've all been talking.
Yeah.
Kind of just go around the room. Carrie, what do you think?
I think that it's, I mean, I have some questions, but I'm sure that this will be going back and forth for a while. So I think from an initial draft, it looks good to me. The only one thing that I was thinking about, and this is probably again something that's going to be considered as you draw the lines for the different areas, is what's in the comprehensive plan and where those developments might be going and things like that. But I'm sure that that's going to be considered. So yeah.
Good. Thank you.
You mind if I won't spread this, but this is good.
No, I think it's fine.
I was gonna take a photo and upload it to.
Oh, were you? All right, thank you. Better than what I just did, I'm sure. Okay, Colleen, what do you think?
I'm excited.
Okay.
So that's good. I mean, I like the way it's going. Like she said, I like this, but we'll see. Hopefully
The details.
everyone else likes it too. Yeah.
Ed?
The brief law, that's, as long as we take care of these logistical problems we're gonna have. I mean, I don't wanna lose any programs,
Yeah,
any,
I agree.
because, I mean, there's kids there that live for DECA,
Yeah.
And enjoy these.
Yeah.
And there's even some other possible options, maybe moving the whole junior ROTC over to the.
Oh, I've already thought that. That's what I started with. them.
That's what I'm
Yep.
saying, if that's in between, and who knows?
And I've already thought about that.
All right, so you're good with this?
Oh, I love it because I loved when the 6th grade was in elementary, and I think it's a great plan. This is something that we talked about for a long time, so.
I like, I'm sorry, go
No, I
ahead.
interrupted. Sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry.
I just have a question for you. Is this an addition? Are we gonna have another talk, obviously, about what the school's gonna look like?
Well, I
Because
think
this
we'll
is
have
just
a
based
whole
on
lot.
not knowing
absolutely.
the-
Oh, there'll be a whole lot.
And this is just an initial,
We're not really approving anything. We're just like, this is a
No.
good.
Well, what we are,
That'll be the
approving's not the
details
right-
in a lot.
yeah, what we're doing is we are giving Jesse permission to act as our representative. This is how we see, this is the projection, these are the goals, this is what we see working. A whole lot of details have to be worked out, but this is the direction the school board wants to go.
And it sounds like you took a lot of arguments you've already been hearing into this. Because the one thing is, we've only been presented one thing right now, so we have nothing to compare it to say, yes, this is the one we want to pick.
yeah. And again, I'm open to any suggestions that we want to consider. I think, to your point, we've all heard, we've had our ear to the community, and why are you building an elementary school where you have high school issues? Why would you put it where you want to put it?
Yeah.
A lot of those questions, I think, we can begin to envision and solve those problems with
It
this
sounds like
approach.
you
Not
did.
that it has to be.
Yeah.
There's all kinds of different considerations we can make here. We don't have to move the 6th grade back. We don't have to move the 9th, but this approach here really, big picture wise, solves our capacity issues across the division,
For a while.
which is what we need to do. Now, somewhere down the road, it probably, we might have to add on to King George. I say add on because I can tell you in my time here, I don't think that this community is ready for a 2 high school division, which is what Culpeper did in this similar approach here. And there's just a lot of politics associated with this. This building, from what I've been told, this building and this building were built in a way that allows for expansion.
Mhm.
So, I would say that, one other consideration we can make here And again, it's costly, but we can add on to King George High School if we get into capacity issues that we can't address any other way.
You know, one thing my opinion is I agree with the two. I think it's a great idea. I have a couple of concerns. Of course, one of them is what we already talked about. Will it work out with our junior ROTC and DECA and so on? And maybe even looking at some other options like we just mentioned about the vocational building, maybe housing a couple of those, which you want to be careful. You don't want to dissect the vocational concept with having other things there, but that's all things. But the general idea I love. I think a couple of things that are important is one of the things that I heard even when I was running to be on the school board. One of the more common aspects I heard, which was not something I was necessarily saying, I could correct or anything, was that it seems like the school board was, they'd make a decision here and then they change it and then they make a decision here and then, this whole back. Now I know COVID was, in the middle of it, but that was a huge thing. Is I think it's important that we as a board, sure, there may be some other ideas, but this is based on educational background of Dr. Boyd and his staff, based on what we have heard and some, background of some of us here on the board, that this is the direction that we want to go. We're willing to listen, but what I'm worried about sometimes, Dr. Boyd, is that we sometimes close things up. Well, anything that you want to do, I'm at your discretion. I want to make sure that this is what we believe is right. Not that we're not going to tweak or change slightly, but this is the direction we want to go. And not necessarily be careful about the possibility of opening the door to say, oh yeah, we can consider going a whole new direction. But you see what I'm saying is because that's been discussions as I've had with individual Board of Supervisors members, if they've got a million ideas about different ways of doing this. And I think what's important is that we have an expertise here that they don't have. They have an expertise that we don't have. And so therefore, I think we still push, we are the ones, this is what we believe is correct. This is for educational reasons, for all sorts of reasons. We've done some research, we'll continue to do more, but let's just be careful about not opening a door in a very respectful way to we're going to change in a whole new direction. Does that make sense?
I know what you're leading at. It happened already. You're not blaming me. I'm not saying it's your fault. I'm saying about the whole school thing.
That's right.
We got a little tricked, I feel. Bring this to our table but bring everything. And so we started with this and then we brought all this.
That's
and then they were like, well, where did all this come from?
Well,
because they didn't communicate. So it looks like we changed when really they changed.
Okay, that's my point. Yeah. So with this one, let's as much as possible go in the directions that we would rather not do
Solidify,
this
yeah.
back and forth. We are solid of what we want to see.
Sully has already put this to the community.
What, this?
Yeah, but not in this detail, but
Not in that detail.
he's
but yeah.
he's talked
What did he
about
say?
how this is going to look and that he thinks it's a good idea.
He talked about moving the sixth grade.
Where was this at?
Just a
As board comment.
board meeting, you want to,
Oh,
I
nice.
got it.
So we're tilling some of the soil. Let's just make sure we continue to plant the right.
Well, I think that's the reason for this work session is to get on the same page. And again, we're not at the detail point, but we're at the big picture point, and this is what we need to.
So as a board, we're all in favor of having Jesse take this to the Board of Supervisors, right?
Yes, would it be a good idea to catch up with the people at the high school, Dean, Callahan, and theater that enters in, all those people that's gonna impact at the high school, and you sit down with them and get their thoughts
Yeah, I can do that.
before, because, they may have some ideas that we don't have.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. So that I would probably be as soon as we get back from break, I could do that, and that's that would probably. I'm hoping. I think January we need to. I mean, again, it's not our meeting, but we need to present something to the Board of Supervisors so we can get this ball rolling.
I agree.
Yeah.
All right. So I think that's a great suggestion, Mr. Frank, is you'll meet with some of the individuals, especially with DECA and with Junior LTC. You'll meet with those people, maybe even have a meeting where they're together so you can answer all the questions at one time.
Oh, yeah, I would say just come in here and give them the same brief and, get their thoughts and the impact it's gonna have on their programs.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. That sounds good. If there are no more questions, and Dr. Boyd, thank you. Did you have anything else, Dr. Boyd?
No, nothing additional. Thank you, sir.
All right. All right. We're going to go into closed session,
Oh,
right?
you wanna see this?
I will. You really need, you can send it to me. No, I'll see it later. It's fine.
Is that the, Sully?
Yeah.
Afterwards is fine for you. You're seeing the bathroom.
Okay, well, another bathroom break. Okay, let's do this. Let's not go in, let's have a little bathroom break. We'll come back, then we'll go into closed session. Sound
Okay,
good?
so early.
So we got a 5-minute bathroom break.
Thank you. Thanks for whoever made the coffee.
First went to State Code Section 2.2-3712A of the Code of Virginia. I move that the board convene in a closed meeting to review employee performance as permitted under 2.2-3711A, number 1 of the Code of Virginia.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Now in closed session. Dr. Boyd, everybody can leave.
I move that the King George County School Board return to open session and certify that pursuant to State Code Section 2.2-3712D, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements under the chapter, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened were heard, discussed, or considered in the meeting by the public body.
Second and certified.
Certified.
Certify.
Certified. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Votes aye. We're now in open session. Since there was not really any personnel decisions made, we don't necessarily need to have a motion about approving anything about that. So we can go directly to.
Motion to adjourn.
Do I have a second? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Now adjourn. Just wanted to make sure
Second, and
we
then.
didn't have to.
Oh.
I think we are.